slide that was marked record. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Mic test one, Iowa Corn Annual Grassroots Summit script. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
saying, have your text box for you here.
Yeah.
Good morning. I'm Craig Floss, and I have the privilege of serving as your Iowa Corn CEO, both of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. I'd like to welcome you this morning for not only being here and participating, but for logging on in this virtual summit. Your input into our Iowa Corn Grower Association policy development is crucial, and we thank you for your engagement as members and voting delegates for investing your time in the Iowa Corn Growers Association. 2020 has certainly been interesting, and while we would prefer to be in person, we are doing the very best to adapt to the times, because now more than ever, we are stronger together as we work with each other, and we appreciate your flexibility. Today, we will set policy and direction for your farm and for farmers across the state to support our mission of creating opportunities for long-term Iowa corn grower profitability. I would like to take a moment to thank our sponsors that have helped support our Grassroots Summit. Please recognize them with me, starting with Bayer, Farm Credit Services of America, Syngenta, and the Renewable Energy Group. Now I would like to introduce your 2021 Iowa Corn Promotion Board President, Greg Alber, who will share an update on behalf of the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. Greg has been farming for over 35 years outside of Independence, Iowa, in Buchanan County, along with his wife, Susie, and sons. Greg serves on the Iowa Corn Exports and Grain Trade Committee and is also the treasurer of the Buchanan County Corn and Soybean Association, as well as serving on the Asia Action Team for the U.S. Grains Council. Greg?
Good morning. I would like to start this morning by recognizing the Iowa Corn Growers Promotion Board members. Each one of our board members is a true asset to this organization, and your commitment to investing checkoff dollars into research, education, and market development is greatly appreciated. We would also like to recognize those retiring from the Iowa Corn Promotion Board and thank them for their time, hard work on behalf of the Iowa Corn Growers. Mark Heckman, District 6. Thank you, Mark. And we hope you will continue to stay involved in building markets, research new uses, and educating others about corn and the farmers that grow it. The Iowa Corn Promotion Board continues to focus on market development, education, and research. It has been an interesting year with plenty of hurdles and challenges, and we have seen some success as well within our organization. We have reached thousands of Iowans by targeting places like Jack Trice Stadium, Wells Fargo Arena, Principal Park, and the Warm Welcomes magazine, sharing messages on water quality and conservation practices with key uses theme, farmers care about the water we share, as well as highlighting key uses and products with the campaign Corn Grows Iowa. Based on research, the best way to reach consumers is going to where they are, whether that be events, social media, or targeting popular TV and radio markets. Over 65% of Iowans tune into the Iowa Cyhawk Series football game each year, which makes it a great platform to share messages about how corn grows Iowa and other corn messages. Another way we reach consumers where they are is sharing the Iowa Corn Mobile Education Center. Although it has not been as busy this summer, we have had a great response to the education shared in the trailer. We are also excited to be giving a virtual tour of the bus later this summer to share on social media to continue education about all things corn. Iowa Corn Promotion Board is also proud of the support we gave to other essential workers during the COVID-19 pandemic. By partnering with Casey's and the Atlantic Bottling Company, Iowa corn farmers and the staff got the opportunity to deliver pizza and soda to hospitals in all Iowa counties to thank staff for all their hard work. With the growing stocks and hurdles in trade, the Iowa Corn Promotion Board is working to find new demand opportunities. We began funding research for a monoethylene glycol. This is a plant-based plastic that is renewable and recyclable and can be made from corn instead of petroleum. I lost my place here. My screen went dead. And as you know, ethanol is a top market for Iowa corn. From 2018 to 2019, we saw an increase of E15 unleaded 88 sales, up 46%, because of our efforts. Increasing infrastructure and fuel pumps across the country in hopes of seeing that number rise by the end of 2020 is a huge goal of ours. Specifically in Iowa, we have surpassed more than 200 fuel stations offering E15 to the Iowa population with 2001 newer vehicles. The Iowa Promotion Board is continuing to expand global ethanol markets with top customers of Brazil, Canada, India, Europe, and South Korea, in partnership with the U.S. Grains Council. There is an opportunity around the world to build demand for clean burning fuel, ethanol, as well as industrial uses such as hand sanitizer, fuel for cook ovens, window washing fluid, and more. Not only do we invest in global ethanol programs, but corn in all forms to build demand around the world for DDGs, corn, beef, pork, and poultry. When trade works, the world wins, especially farmers with 95% of the world population living outside the US. Farmers need global demand for our products. We are continuing to ramp up our conservation efforts in 2020 by having supported the Soil Health Partnership by funding farmer-led soil health research. This partnership is celebrating 5 years of representing over 7,000 acres across 16 states. And we are happy to be involved. The Iowa Corn Promotion Board also funds the Iowa Ag Water Alliance and the Iowa Nutrient Research Education Council to assist farmers document environmental positive progress. This will allow farmers to take credit for the water quality practices they work hard to implement. Lastly, we are proud to be helping fund the new Iowa State University feed mill complex. This state-of-the-art facility is expected to help Iowa State University in teaching programs related to feed technology, grain science, and animal nutrition. Corn farmers know how important the livestock industry is to our own. They are our best customer, and we are proud to support this new project and look forward to its development. Now I'd like to introduce your 2020-2021 Iowa Corn Growers Association Board President, Carl Jarden, who will share the Iowa Corn Growers Association update. Carl's been farming for 37 years near Randolph, Iowa, in Fremont County with his wife Denise. Carl currently serves on the Grassroots Network Membership and Checkoff Committee and is a Fremont County Soil and Water Conservation Commissioner, a member of the Fremont County Corn and Soybean Association, the Iowa and National Holstein Associations, and the Fremont County Farm Bureau. Welcome, Carl.
I would also like to start by recognizing the Iowa Corn Growers Board members that are dedication of Iowa's ICGA and advocates for agriculture. Implementation of the Iowa corn policy is outstanding. Today, we recognize the engagement and passion of retiring ICGA board members, Bob Hemmersmith from District 3, Mark Recker from District 3, Kurt Meether from District 4, and Roger Wittridge from District 9. Thank you, Bob, Mark, Kurt, and Roger for your leadership, commitment, and passion for ICGA. We hope that you will continue to stay engaged with ICGA. While it may feel like a year of bad news, the ICGA has been successful on your behalf. Some of those wins began with the legislature passed and the governor signed into law SF 203, which included the ethanol tax differential that continues to provide larger incentives for E15 and above. The bill now law established a formula for fuel tax on E15 and above up to 6 cents a gallon less than no ethanol fuel. Another huge ethanol industry win for ICGA was when the Iowa legislature approved funding for the Iowa Renewable Fuels Infrastructure Program, or IFIP, at $3 million as they have in the past. Then Governor Reynolds advocated $7 million for the federal grant under the CARES Act that Iowa received for the RFIP, additional dollars towards the program. COVID brought many hardships for Iowa farmers, but ICGA listened and stepped up where we could to support Iowa agriculture. From getting an increased wait for trucking during the pandemic to organizing multitude member calls with special guests and Secretary Nag, senators, and others to keep Iowa farmers in the loop and allow time for questions. When the ethanol industry idled because of over 50% reduction in fuel demand, Iowa Corn worked with the industry to find new market for corn by promoting the use of ethanol in hand sanitizers. The Iowa Corn also pushed back when the oil industry requested to allow the refining industry to not comply with renewable fuel standard requirements during the pandemic. Access to the CARES Act funding was also a huge win for our organization. ICGA requested assistance to our farmers through congressional leadership to make sure the USDA received money to help with trade aid payments. On April 20th, we drafted a letter asking to replenish the Paycheck Protection Program funds for the initial funding that ran out. ICGA was successful in getting additional funding that provided for payment protection program. MFP payments to farmers were also a huge concern for our members and Iowa farmers this year. We advocated for MFP payments, resulting in agriculture being included in the aid package that was announced in May. You may also remember the 10th Circuit Court decision, the decision that revoked EPA's approval of 3 SREs for 216 and 217, citing the Clean Air Act and stating it prevents the agency from offering a refinery exemptions to refiners who have not had continuous waivers year to year. ICGA worked tirelessly with partners to request a demonstration not to appeal the decision, and we were successful. Now we are focused on ensuring EPA doesn't skirt around the decision by granting gap year waivers. So while it may be a tough year, we know that we are stronger together as we continue to build strong policy and priorities to fight for your farm and farmers across the state. Please invite other farmers to join you at ICGA towards our goal of 10,000 members strong. I will now turn it back over to Craig.
Thank you, Carl, for that update. Now I would like to recognize our national partners and those Iowans serving on their boards. Trade is crucial to our corn demand and usage. Livestock is an important corn customer, and we believe in providing financial support to the many livestock initiatives of the U.S. Meat Export Federation. The ICPB also values our partnership with the U.S. Grains Council, which continues to build demand for corn in all forms around the world. I would like to recognize the following U.S. Grains Council and U.S. Meat Export Federation board members from Iowa in leadership roles. Thank you for your time and dedication to building demand for corn around the world. Dean Meyer with USMEF, Dwayne Astrop with the U.S. Grains Council, and Deb Keller, also with the U.S. Grains Council and Mazal, an International Corn Alliance. Iowa Corn is also proud to partner with our other national organization, the National Corn Growers Association. I would like to recognize and thank the following board members for their leadership and engagement on the national level: Bruce Rower, Chris Edgington, and Kevin Ross. And now I would like to invite Kevin Ross to share a few comments from his year as serving as the National Corn Growers Association president. Kevin? Kevin, I think you may be on mute. If you could unmute yourself, we'll get started.
Yeah, Craig, can you hear me?
I can now, and as a message to all of our listeners, we're going to have little glitches like this on occasion. We're all in a lot of different locations. And so as you all know, if you've been on Zoom calls, sometimes these things happen. So Mr. NCJ President, take it away.
All right. Well, I'm trying to get this video to start, but apologize for that that issue, folks. It tells me it's failing to start my video camera, and I don't know why, but That's all right. Hello, everybody. Again, I'm Kevin Ross, farmer from Southwest Iowa, and first want to, thank you all for all the input you put into National Corn. As you're serving as your National Corn president, Iowa is an absolutely vital part to what we do on the national level and National Corn, and not just us, the other associations or the other organizations that Iowa Corn supports, like U.S. Meat Export Federation, U.S. Grains Council. Absolutely, Iowa Corn is such a key piece to our functioning on the national levels, and certainly it goes without saying, with corn being such an important part to our own state's economy, you would certainly want us to be influential at those levels. So want to again thank you guys, first of all, for having me on here, and second of all, just the input, the support, the training, and all the candid insights that we always exchange as Iowa Corn Board members, and certainly as growers across the state. And definitely on a day like today, when we are normally together and have good conversation about policies moving forward. So again, just want to thank you for that. I also want to thank the growers that participate from Iowa Corn on action teams at the national level. Those folks are again on your behalf providing insight into what we do at National Corn and how we function moving forward on your behalf. And then lastly, I want to thank my fellow board members that are representing you at this level as well, and that would be Bruce Rower. Bruce does a great job for you guys, as well as Chris Edgington, and Chris does a fantastic job as well. And so a special congratulations to Chris, as he was recently elected into leadership as well at National Corn, and will be serving as president of National Corn in a couple of years. So real quickly, I want to talk to you just briefly about what's going on at NCGA and a few of the things. A lot of stuff going on as usual, even through the COVID epidemic or pandemic, excuse me, that we've been working through. Business at National Corn has not stopped. We've had some changes within the offices, and certainly everybody that's in an office building somewhere has had to go through that. But again, people working from home, and there's not a moment that has gone by that we haven't had staff working a little bit about the CARES Act and the discussions. We had a lot of it about that. And you guys all well know that those payments have gone out. I think you probably all have received the second payment as well, the second portion of that payment. I know those started going out here in the last 20%. And also you may have heard that the secretary had talked recently about possibly a second CFAP payment. So we're working on that, working with them to see what that would look like. But he did mention that the other day in a speech. Talk to you just a little bit about the HEROES Act and the HEALS Act, and those are the two different bills that are currently in Congress on either side. The HEALS Act was the one from the Senate that was a little bit vague on assistance for ethanol plants. It did talk about producer assistance, but we would like that one to be a little more specific. And certainly, talking about other pieces there of continuing $20 billion to USDA, continuing aid to farmers and ranchers. The other side of that was the House bill, and that was the HEROES Act, and that one was $16.5 billion for row crop producers, essentially extending that CFAP program, and also had some specific language to benefit our ethanol partners. So those things are both, though, a long ways apart. There was a $3 trillion bill in the House there with the HEROES, and a $1 trillion with the HEALS Act in the Senate. So we've got a long ways to go to get those together. Bill coming out of DC. So hopefully we'll see what we can do if they can get together on both sides, and we'll be talking to both there the entire time. We've continued to support also through the PPP program, continue to make sure that farmers have access to that. And also talking again with our ethanol partners, make sure that we've got words in those two different bills to get them back on their feet and hopefully get our markets built back up. I want to talk to you just briefly a little bit about our long-term ethanol plan there, and that is our high octane, low carbon discussion that we've been highly involved with hopefully some of you guys saw recently that Representative Sherry Boost, I think that's a good sign that we're very close to getting it introduced. And hopefully, we'll have some good progress on that before the election and have some things that we can be excited about going into next year. And then lastly, I wanted to talk to you just a little bit about the recovery plan at NCGA. And this is something that, as we've seen the COVID pandemic hit, well, we knew that, it hit us very fast as corn growers and came in swiftly to change a lot of things that we do and change our markets. And so as we've looked at that, we've initiated a recovery plan and signed with, hired a group called Aim Point to help us, engage our stakeholders and really get them downstream partners, whether it's the ethanol industry, the ag, livestock industry, corn refiners and others, and just grain to give input on, on their industries and how they can use more corn through that and how their industry's success can benefit us. And this is a plan that we believe it's kind of like a strategic plan, and it's a little more shorter in scope, shorter term, but we really believe that this is something we can move forward with and hopefully have actionable items for all of us to get excited about, and hopefully get our markets back on track a little bit and burn through this large carryout that we're still projecting even with the issues. So lastly, I just want to say, the folks at National Corn are well aware of what a lot of you have gone through here in the recent last couple of weeks, and the ways that your Iowa corn growers and National Corn are working to assist you and discussing, what options may be a benefit out there for you. We're going to work at National to help you guys here in Iowa and other states that were affected. But I know your Iowa staff is doing a lot of different things to work forward in that discussion. And again, just wanted to say we certainly acknowledge those issues and definitely recognize them as fellow Iowan. My thoughts and prayers are with many of you folks that have had to deal with some very, very difficult circumstances and a lot of that through harvest this fall. Lots of other programs going on at National Corn, and I won't dive into those, but certainly appreciate all your efforts again at the Iowa corn level, and it's a privilege to represent you as always at this level. It certainly is again something that's not lost on me. We got to represent a lot of different folks in this spot, and I definitely appreciate that opportunity that Iowa corn and has helped me with, and certainly the chance to take your issues to a national level. So with that, thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the conversation today.
Thanks, Kevin. It's always a privilege to have a National Corn Grower Association president from Iowa. You've done an outstanding job, and we appreciate your commitment and dedication, not only to Iowa's farmers, but for corn farmers across the country. It's now my privilege to introduce a video from our governor, Kim Reynolds.
Good morning and welcome to this year's virtual Grassroots Summit. I want to thank all of you for logging in and stepping up on behalf of Iowa corn producers. Well, I don't need to tell you that these are historically hard times, from markets that have been turned upside down by a global pandemic to the recent storm causing crop damage so widespread it can be seen from outer space. A test unlike any we've ever seen, but it is exactly what this summit is all about. For over 50 years, the Iowa Corn Growers Association has provided a strong, unified, and respected voice for Iowa corn growers. And as your governor, I'm working hard every day to make sure that your voices are being heard. Whether it's working to secure CFAP funding or committing a portion of our federal CARES Act funds to support our state's farmers, by setting aside $100 million in critical support to our state's farm economy, including $7 million for renewable fuel infrastructure to increase access and demand for Iowa ethanol and biodiesel. We're also allocating the remainder of the funds to other agricultural programs supporting livestock producers, beginning farmers, meat processors, and specialty crop farmers. Unfortunately, Mother Nature dealt us another blow with the derecho that impacted over 13 million acres of crops. So we're going to continue to work closely with the federal government, Secretary Nag, and all of our local emergency managers for much needed federal disaster relief. I've had the opportunity to talk to Secretary Perdue to talk about the extent of the damage and additional options that we may be able to to those that are covered by federal crop insurance. Today, I submitted a request to the USDA for a secretarial disaster declaration, and that was on top of our presidential disaster declaration that was approved on Monday. I appreciate President Trump visiting Iowa and really his quick response in improving that major disaster declaration. Like him, I know that Iowa farmers are resilient and sometimes may be taken for granted. You are the first to volunteer when your community needs you, from grabbing a chainsaw and loading up the skid loader to clean up storm debris, to volunteering in the local fire department. But oftentimes you're the last one to ask for help. But I want you to know help is only a phone call away. Through the Iowa Concern Hotline, free, confidential, and professionally trained support is available 24/7. Around here, we look out for each other. It's what we do, and it's who we are. We're truly stronger together, and this summit is a perfect place to assess the needs of the Iowa farmer and shape policy that delivers results. If there's anything that's been reinforced from a global pandemic, it's that Iowa's ag industry puts food on the table for America and the entire world. This critical supply chain is anchored right here in our great state, and it is made strong by hardworking Iowa farmers and galvanized by forward-thinking industry groups like the Iowa Corn Growers Association. So thank you for your unwavering faith and belief in this beautiful place we call home. May God continue to bless you, your families, and this great state of Iowa.
I would like to thank Governor Reynolds for her comments, but also for her unwavering support of Iowa's corn farmers. It's now time for our roll call. Our district field managers have reported in to our recording secretary. There are 117 delegates present and registered for today's session. With a full slate of delegates, the meeting may be called to order. I will now introduce Mark Recker, a past Iowa Corn Grower Association chair and a farmer from Fayette County, who will chair our policy session today. Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for taking the time out of your busy days and busy weeks to join us this morning. As Craig said, I'm Mark Recker. I'm the past chair of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and it is my privilege to now call this meeting to order for the day. And before we get started and dive into the policy session, I'm going to turn it over to Mindy Larson-Polberg, who's going to take some time and explain some of the basics of Zoom for us today, so we all have an understanding of how the meeting is going to run. Mindy?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mindy Larson-Polberg, and I work for you at the Iowa Corn Growers Association. My job is I'm the Director of Government Relations, and I work on lobbying and policy development. My role here is to assist you in learning about the tool that we're going to be using for voting. First, I want to acknowledge this is an unusual year. I know this is a little bit harder for us to do virtually, but I'm proud of us as an organization for getting the work done that we need to do regardless of the circumstance. Here in the office, I guess I just want to note we are wearing masks except for when we come on the screen. So if you were wondering about that back home, we are appropriately social distancing with masks when we're off camera. Something I wanted to talk with you about is the Zoom webinar feature that we have here today. It has a few different settings in this business function of the Zoom webinar. You will have the ability to view the meeting from where you are, but your webcam and your microphone will not be active unless you specifically raise your hand and ask to be recognized. And then you will be promoted to what's called a panelist. Lindsay will be working on that feature for us. So just be patient. You will get in, and don't worry about the process. We'll get you going. If you want to make a motion or second a motion, please raise your hand. As you can see on the feature, there's a raise hand feature. It literally looks like your hand. And if you push that going forward, then you will see on your screen, after that, you have been promoted to be a presenter. Please wait to be recognized by the chair before speaking. They will call you by name. And then once you're completed speaking, you can unmark your hand as well and then move forward. So ask any questions you have. There's a chat box to the right-hand side if you have any concerns about that as well. And we'll be able to help you with that. What you're seeing on the screen right now where it says rejoining, I want to specifically point that out. Do not panic if you see that on your screen. It does not mean that you've been disconnected in any way. It means that you've entered into the panel and you have an opportunity to go forward. So we're going to practice because this could be a challenge for us. And we're going to start with a prioritization exercise. You will choose the top focus area for our organization. And not only are we going to practice with our votes, you're actually going to be providing excellent input to our board of directors for our year coming up. So we're going to ask you to prioritize generally for our organization for our top focus area. Second, you're going to be asked to prioritize our state priorities. And third, you will be asked to choose our top federal priorities. So on your screen, first, you will see our top focus areas. So please take an opportunity to click your button on those top focus areas. Choose one of the top 4. And then the vote will come up momentarily. We're going to pause so that everybody gets an opportunity to be seen. Okay, I'm getting the thumbs up from those that are running the computer over there. And as you can see, your vote tally comes up here and it gives you right there on the screen, you can see what has happened with your vote. So we'll use this procedure throughout the day. Let's try a second one. Next, we're going to prioritize our state level priorities. Please let us know what is your preference for our top state priority. Please go ahead and click that and then submit it. Behind the screens, we can see how many people have voted to make sure that your vote is being counted. Okay, as you can see, it's working, thankfully. Our prayers have been answered and we have a device that's working wonderfully for us, and there are your results for the second practice question, but it also is in advice to our board of directors. Our third question we're going to be asking is input from our voting delegates on our top federal level priority. We're going to do the same thing on the exercise, and while we're waiting for everybody to vote, I just want to remind you also, we will be working on all of these items. If it comes up number 4, that doesn't mean we're not going to be working on it. These are our policies. We will work hard on all of them, but having our priorities in order helps to direct our organization staff and our board of directors in their deliberations. Few of you still need to vote. If you could go ahead and click and push submit. Okay, we have the results from our third practice poll. You guys are doing wonderfully. Thanks for sticking with us on this Zoom feature. If you have any problems with your computer today, just remember you can use the chat feature if you can't be heard, so you can type something into your computer and we will be able to see it on this side. Or as you can see on the screen, you can contact a real person, Brian Jones, would be happy to help you. His number is 515-201-8168 in order to get connected to this meeting. So with that, thanks again for participating with us today, and I'll turn it back to you, Mark Ricker.
Thanks, Mindy. And now we will begin the session 1 policy debate. Our grassroots policy development process begins and ends with you. The annual member survey is the first step of our process. By completing this, you provide critical input on the issues that you feel are most important to your farm and our industry. We typically host roundtable meetings across the state each summer, allowing you to actively participate and help develop policy ideas and proposals with fellow Iowa Corn Growers Association members. This year we held them virtually via Zoom like we're doing now, and we had nearly 100 participants. In July, the farmer-led committees reviewed the minutes from each roundtable meeting, discussed each policy proposal, ultimately providing their recommendations, which we will see during the delegate session as we proceed. That transitions us to the next step of the process, which we are here for today. Throughout the morning, you as delegates will not only be tasked with helping establish policy statements that will be found in our 21-21 policy book, you will also be part of helping prioritize what is most important for the organization in the coming year. As you can see, the work does not stop once we finish here today. Many of the policies that are approved today will go forward as federal level issues to be presented at the upcoming National Corn Growers Association Commodity Classic, which is held each February. The future of our organization lies in the hands of our members, and it is important for us all to be engaged. I want to thank all of you that are here today for being actively involved in the policy development process. At this time, I would like to officially call this 2020 meeting to order. Our first order of business today will be approval of the minutes from the 2019 Grassroots Summit, which were included in your packets. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the minutes? And you can do this by raising your hands, as Mindy explained. We have a motion and a second, and we will now poll a vote to approve those minutes. That motion is approved with 100% consensus. Thank you very much for doing that. Now we'll move on. The rules for the debate and discussion are in the delegate packet. Resolutions, session rules, and procedures are also on the screen. The instructions for the policy session are in the policy packet, but I wanted to highlight a couple details for you. Normally, the chair would recognize the delegate, but today, staff will recognize you if you have made a motion or a second by raising your hand with the raise your hand feature on Zoom that we talked about earlier. I will continue the procedure after a motion and a second is made. The resolutions we'll be discussing today either come from one of the roundtables we held across the state in July, or by one of the Iowa Corn Issue Committees. The committees have reviewed all expiring resolutions and roundtable motions and have provided a recommendation on them as a starting point for our discussion today. We will first vote on the consent list included in your packets. These items are highlighted in blue, meaning it has been a policy that has been in the policy book previously and the committees recommended to renew. Does anyone object to any one of the items on the consent list? Now's your opportunity to state that if you object to any of those items being on the consent list. Raise your hand and you'll be recognized. Seeing as there are no objections, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion and a second to approve the consent list. Please raise your hand to move and approve. We have a motion and a second to approve, and now we will vote to approve the consent list. And that motion carries. Thank you very much for that. Now we will dive into the policy session and get down to the meat and potatoes of what we're here to do today. As Craig mentioned earlier, this is the first time for us doing it this way. So it's a learning experience for all of us and could be a little glitchy, but if you're experiencing a pause and you're wondering what we're doing here, we're actually working hard to make this policy process go well and making sure all of you have the opportunity to have your voice heard. So we're taking a little extra time perhaps and making sure we see everybody's raised hand and everybody has opportunity to speak. So as Mindy mentioned earlier, you have Brian Jones's number that if there are technical issues you're having, other things that you can reach out to him. And I'm sure Brian wouldn't mind if you had other complaints throughout the year, you could call him also on that number. So with that, we will be starting in the policy process in your book, in your packet, which is page 11 in your packet and under animal agriculture and the environment with number 7. And I'll read each resolution and then I'll be asking for a motion and a second, and then I'll give you the opportunity, anyone the opportunity to speak to it going forward. So number 7 in the packet under crop inputs is ICGA supports the recognition of all government approved nitrogen stabilization products for fertilizer and manure applications, subsequently making it eligible for subsidization. This is a renew with edits from 2016. Can I get a motion and a second for this resolution? So we have a motion from Roger Zylstra and a second from Ralph Lentz. Anyone to speak to this motion? Roger please raise your hand if you'd like to speak to the motion, please. Roger Zylstra, you are cleared to speak. Roger, you should be open to speak, please.
Yes, sorry for the delay in this. My computer's a little slow, but this is just updated to reflect where we are with nitrogen stabilizers, and I made the motion to renew with the edits.
Thank you, Roger. Anyone else want to speak to this motion? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and vote on this motion. So all in favor of number 7 being renewed, please vote in the poll. Okay, that motion carries. Thank you very much. Moving on, we have a new resolution. ICGA should advocate for tax credits or other commercial incentives for environmental policies that will reward farmers for the continuation of no-till and cover crop practices. This is a recommended with edit. Is there a motion and a second? We have a motion from Adam Bierbaum and a second from Jim Greif. Would anyone like to speak to this motion? Adam Bierbaum, you are clear to speak.
Mark, this is Adam Bierbaum. Can I speak on this motion?
Adam.
So this is one that came out of one of the roundtables, and then the Animal Ag Committee just included commercial incentives to the tax credits as well. So that way we're not just limiting this practice to, or just this to tax credits. So it's tax credits and all other commercial incentives, whatever the legislature would come up with for that.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Would anyone else like to speak to this motion? Jerry Meyer, you are cleared to speak. Jerry. You're still muted.
Okay, I think you can hear me now.
Yes, please go ahead, Jerry.
Okay, what I'm would maybe add in there was, I'm wondering if it shouldn't be for continuing and new practices of no-till and cover crops. So where the people that wish to try it also has the incentives or tax credits, whatever, for getting the people to try the new ideas. So that'd be, I'd like to add that into there.
So the motion has been amended. I'll need a second for that. And it has been edited on the screen is how it would read with the amendment. So I'll need a second for that. Kelly Neuenhaus has given us a second. Would anyone like to speak to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we will go ahead and vote on the amendment to the motion. So go ahead and vote as we put it up on your screen. And this is for the amendment to the motion. Okay, so that amendment passes and we'll change the motion as you see on your screen. So now, is there anyone else that would like to speak to the motion as it reads now? Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and vote on the motion. So we'll put the poll up and you can vote on the motion as it reads. And for you, this is new. Federal crop insurance subsidies should be tied to the following conservation practices. Cover crops, $10 an acre deduction, no-till, $5 an acre deduction, permanent structures, including terraces at 5, wetlands at 5, saturated buffers at 5, bioreactors at 5, buffer strips at 2, annual nutrients at 2, and waterways 1. Can I get a motion and a second? Okay. So we have a motion and a second from Tim Recker and Tim Burrock. Who would like to speak to the motion? Please raise your hand if you'd like to speak to the motion. I'm going to go ahead and Tim Recker is on, and Tim Recker would like to speak to the motion.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This motion simply ties in great with the previous motion of how we can incentivize people to do more conservation practices. Over the years, we've always had a disagreement with the amount of what Iowa pays in for crop insurance and what we get back. This is a way for us to promote conservation practices and also tie it to the government subsidized crop insurance without a disincentive. We're not going to use this as a disincentive. We're not going to use it as a stick. We're going to use it as a promotion to say we want to do more conservation practices and tie it directly to federal crop.
Okay, thank you, Tim. Anyone else like to speak to the motion? Bob Hemisath, you are clear to speak to the motion. Bob, you are on if you are unmuted on your screen.
Thank you, Mark. I just had a question. Tim, on your proposal here, what is there opportunity if new practices come along to add them to this, or what's your thoughts on that?
Bob, exactly. That's exactly what the idea is to not, the actual list of practices below is just a guideline as an example of what could be done, what kind of incentives could be there, but it's not limiting to any conservation practice.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak to the motion? Tim, we've had a question from the room here. Do you like the language of as an example? That would be included with that, the phrasing as an example?
I think that's appropriate. I'm not sure any of those numbers are cut in stone. It's just, so they're examples of what the incentives could be so that it's clear to this group of what you would actually have a subsidy for.
Okay, thanks, Tim. And we have Michaela Edwards, who would like to speak to this. Michaela, you are cleared if you're unmuted.
All right, I have just a couple questions. So you just mentioned the how the numbers aren't the dollars per acre aren't cut in stone. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we in the past try to keep specific numbers out of our policy just to say, okay, we want $5 an acre for no-till. Okay, well, what if they only offer us $2.50? Correct me if I'm wrong, just a thought. And then second thing, for the permanent structures, I don't know if we really need to get this technical, but so $5 an acre for terraces, is that the actual acreage of terraces that I put in? Or is that $5 per acre on all of my land, even though I only have one terrace that treats 2 acres?
I would, and I thought about that exact thing. So it'd be tied to your farm number or to so each piece, just because you have one terrace, it would not mean that you could put $5 deduction on all your acres. So it'd be tied to where that terrace is, that farm number.
So do we need to put that language in there just to clarify? I mean, if we're going to have it in there, we may as well.
My overall goal is to get a concept, a thought process, and not to get too deep in the weeds with it. But it's basically a concept of limiting a subsidy, a subsidized program, but subsidizing it in a way using conservation practices.
Sounds good.
Anyone else would like to speak to this motion? Is it? Okay, so I have great apprehension in doing this, but Tim Burrock has stepped to the mic. So Tim, the floor is yours. Tim Burrock. Tim, you are on mute.
Does this work?
We got you now, Tim. Go ahead.
All right. So to address Michaela's concerns about the numbers, when Tim and I put this together, and this is Tim's the brainstorm here, but we put these numbers in here for a reason. They don't have to be the numbers you end up with in the end. But you've got to have a number that's a target that explains what's trying to be accomplished here. So by having the numbers in our policy, at least it gives us the direction necessary to demonstrate, as an example, what we're talking about. So that's why I would sure encourage them to stay in there. The other thing was, it was in the verbiage that we sent down, was that when it says cover crops $10, that would be a deduction, $10 per acre deduction per farm number. So the per farm number was in the language we sent to help keep it clear. Now, in the end, is that the right way? Study would tell us, that will help us determine that in the future. But we're trying to change things here in a way that moves us forward. We've never been happy with crop insurance because of how much Iowa normally pays out. Looks like this year it may be different, but once every 20 years doesn't make good policy. So hence the language, hence what's being trying to accomplish, and I encourage the passage of the motion.
Okay, thank you, Tim. And so we have been getting some guidance here to maybe help with the technical issues that we could be having when people are trying to speak. And so in the lower left of your screen, there should be an option to allow video. So make sure you allow video when it's your turn to speak. And that should help us move a little more seamlessly between speakers. So it's allow video in the lower left corner of your screen. Next we have Adam Bierbaum is up, and Grant Woodley would be next behind him. Adam, you're good to go.
Yeah, so I would, I like the idea of this motion. I would also agree with Michaela. I don't know that we want concrete numbers in our policy book, just because if they change in the future, you know, we'd have to go back to this session and change those numbers in the policy book. So I think it's a good motion. I just agree with Michaela. I don't know that we want concrete numbers in our policy book.
Thank you, Adam. And next we have Grant Woodley. Okay, Grant, you are good to go.
All right, I was just curious if there was any discussion around manure practices, whether using a manure plan, using low disturbance application method, or anything else.
Okay, thank you for the question, Grant. Would the maker of the motion like to speak to that?
There's a small change. It should say animal nutrients and not annual nutrients. So what we were trying to do is to incorporate animal nutrients into the mix. We didn't put a specific way that they be applied, but in order to get true soil health, that's the one leg of the three-legged stool, is having animal nutrients, no-till, and cover crops together. So if you make that change, it says animal nutrients, $2. Thank you. I don't know if that answers the question, but leaving it broad, but we think animal nutrients should be an important component.
All right, thank you. That answers my question.
Very good. Thanks for that clarification, Tim. Anybody else have a comment or question on this motion as it reads now? I have a Richie Birkland that would like to speak to this. You are cleared to speak, Richie.
Yes, I just have a couple quick questions. First question is, what about if you've been doing a lot of these things, for example, wetlands or buffer strips or all that, does that qualify for something like this, or does that fit with it? And then the other thing, going back to one of our first discussions, was about nitrogen inhibitors. Is that something that should be fit in with this too? I'm asking the question. I don't have any answers.
Mr. Chairman, can I address that?
Yes, you can, Tim.
This would be for practices that you already have on your farm or that are currently on your farm. So it isn't. So the answer to the question, Richie, is yes. It's ones that if you already are doing cover crops, you're already doing edge of field practices, you already are doing all these practices, that will give you the credit for the subsidy for crop insurance.
Thank you for that clarification, Tim. I have Doug Gronow next to speak. Doug, you are cleared to go.
Yeah, this is Doug Grono, and I'd like to move that all dollar figures be removed. I think that a lot of this has been brought up before, and I think it's just a good idea to let the delegates vote on how this should go.
And I have Tim Barak to speak, and then after him, Denny Friest. Oh, his amendment, sorry. So I'll need a second on the amendment. Yep. Okay, we have a second. Any discussion on the amendment? Please raise your hand. Karen Seipold, you are cleared to speak. Okay, so Karen, you are good on our end if you are if you can unmute on your end.
Yep, I'm unmuted. I was just voting to second the motion to remove the dollar amounts.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any discussion on the amendment to remove the dollar amounts? Raise your hand. Okay. Roger Zalstra, you are cleared to speak. Sorry. You are muted, Roger, so you'll have to unmute.
There we go. I just wonder why we're trying to cut the legs out under a really good motion here. I know that we don't like specific numbers, but to me, it's a very good motion, and we need some guidelines on what it's worth. And I just think it's good the way it is. Thank you.
Good.
Okay, I have Drew Gieselman with his hand up, wants to speak to the motion. Drew, you are cleared on our end.
All right. Sorry, it like makes you join the meeting again. That might be part of the reason. My opinion from the numbers aspect is that we may limit ourselves from one either being too high on the amount that we want or too low on the amount that we want. My idea is maybe there could be a cost sharing effect with the price cost of this instead of a yearly thing. I just feel that having set numbers in there definitely can limit us one way or another. So that's just kind of my 2 cents.
Okay. All right, thanks, Drew. And thanks for pointing out the rejoin the meeting that comes up for people. That is a quirk that we're just going to have to work with on our end. So please understand that you are not losing connection, but just a little time to bring you through to us. So we're able to bring you through after we get through that message. I have next Jim Greif to speak to the amendment.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Roger Zylstra said. I think numbers are a good starting point, and like a lot of negotiations, you need a starting point. So I would move to, or be in support of leaving the numbers in this motion.
Thank you, Jim. So I have Sherry Miller would like to speak to the amendment. Sherry, you are cleared on our end. Or possibly Vic Miller.
Well, it's yeah. Yeah, okay. It's
back on your end, Vic.
On this end, we had some problems getting registration put together here, so that's what the deal is. But these numbers, we're getting all wrapped up in numbers. This is an example, and that's all that this is. And we need to leave it in there because it does provide a guideline. Otherwise, people are going to say, what are you talking about? And these are examples. These are not set in stone. These things are not locked down as this is the number. If you remember, and IDALS already has a program, if you're using cover crops, they'll take $5 an acre off. This is an excellent motion. Let's not make a mess out of it. That's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you. Thanks, Vic. Appreciate that. I am going to go back because I had mentioned Tim Burrock and Denny Friest had their hands up, maybe to speak to the motion, but we're on the amendment now. So I'm going to go back and give them the opportunity to speak. So Tim Burrock, if you can, we're going to go through to you and you are clear to speak, Tim.
I don't even know if you can hear me. My screen.
Loud and clear.
Okay, I speak against the amendment to the motion. I just reinforce what Vic says. If we don't provide examples, people will not understand. This is a radical change from anything we've done in the past. So I just hope that we can keep the numbers in there so people understand. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. We will go to Denny Friest. You are up. Oh, Denny put his hand down. What? Tim Recker. We'll go to you, Tim. And then Jason Willimack is after Tim Recker. Mute.
Mark, I'd like to speak against the amendment. The idea was if we have a $50 base insurance product, there's $40 worth of incentives here. The whole idea was to show that where you could be at price-wise if you incorporated all those conservation practices. That was the whole idea. So let's not get hung up about the numbers. It's an example.
Thanks, Tim. Remaining with hands up, we're down Jerry Meyer at this point. So Jerry Meyer, you are next to speak. So come forward and unmute your monitor.
Yes, what I was mainly going to talk about is it puts it in proportion of each one of the cover crops as in like cover crop versus wetlands versus bioreactor. It just puts the numbers to only put it in proportion to each other. And so I speak against the taking the numbers out because we need kind of a proportion. To give an example, we want to put more emphasis on cover crop than maybe animal nutrients or buffer strips. So I speak against the amendment to remove the numbers.
Thank you, Jerry. Anyone else would like to speak to the motion? Please raise your hand. I have Jason Willimack back on, and Jason, you are cleared to speak. You will have to unmute, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, the dollar figures are one thing, but everybody's got to remember that you're also taking different levels of crop insurance. So are the dollars going to reduce as you take lower levels of coverage? Because we're assuming that at a $50 policy, I mean, I guess we're assuming that the federal subsidy is going to be gone anyway, and this is a way to bring that back in. So a 65% policy is a lot less than a 85% policy. So are you going to percentage those levels down? Do you need to put language in to justify that too now, or is that something that comes later?
Okay, we have no one else in the queue with their hands up. So I'll just give another couple seconds here if you'd like to speak to the amendment to raise your hand. Okay. Jerry Meyer has his hand up. We'll go to Jerry. We're good to go.
Call the question. That's all I want to do.
We couldn't understand clearly, but I believe you called the question.
Yes, call the question.
Okay. All right. So with that, we will take the vote. And this is voting on the amendment to the motion. to remove the dollar amounts. So we're going to put the poll up and we'll go ahead and vote. So this is, it reads, are you in favor of the motion? But this should read, are you in favor of the amendment? Oh. Okay. Okay, so the amendment fails by the vote of by 64% for no, 36% for yes. And I'm going to turn over to Mindy Larson-Polberg, who has some guidance for us.
Yes, for those of you out there are wondering, I just want to remind you that all of your staff at Iowa Corn are on the line listening to your debate. That's a great part of this process, is for those of you to be able to put your information forward so that we as your staff can understand what you mean by this. This debate was excellent because it gives us the flavor of what you mean by this. So what I took away from this is you want those specific numbers in there so that you can give the best guidance that you can, but you also want to give the flexibility to our board of directors. If the numbers aren't perfect, we can still support them. So that is our takeaway from this discussion. It was an excellent discussion, and we still need to then go back and vote on the base motion. I did have one additional question while we were out there. Someone joined late and they were saying, what page on the book is this? And this is a brand new motion. It's not in your packet. It came from the floor today from Tim Recker. And it's a good reminder to all of you that if you do have other items to bring up today, you're welcome to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mindy, for that. And as she said, we are going to go back to the original motion now, and I will entertain discussion further on that. So if you'd like to discuss the motion further, you can raise your hand and we'll bring you in. I am not seeing any more discussion being offered, so we're going to go ahead and vote on the motion as it reads. So we'll put the poll up and you can vote on the motion. And that motion carries by 76% voting yes, 24% voting no. Thank you for that fantastic discussion on that motion. Great work, everyone. So we will continue forward in the book here. Next on page 17 in the packet is where we are at now. It's a new one brought forward. And it reads, ICGA should continue to prove that the corn industry is carbon neutral to carbon positive in production practices. Can I get a motion and a second by raising your hands? So I have the motion from Kelly Neuenhuis, the second from Ralph Lentz. Who would like to speak to the motion? Ralph Lentz will be coming through to speak to the motion. Ralph, you are cleared on our end.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Ralph, go ahead.
Okay. This is come from a roundtable, and we, as a committee, as we talked this over, we thought it was a real proactive move on our part to support this instead of retroactive. One thing we need to keep in mind is that if we ever have a change in politics in this country, the other side might like this language, and we'd be proactive by already having something on the books. So I recommend to approve.
Okay, thank you, Ralph. If you'd like to speak to this, please raise your hand. Okay, so I'm not seeing any raised hands to this point. So we will go ahead and vote on this, and the poll will come up on your screen. Okay, thank you. That motion carries 99% in favor to 1% against. So that motion will, resolution will be added to the book. With that, we will be moving into the next section of our book, exports and the grain trade. And the first resolution we will be debating there will be in page 21 of your packet. Number 41, and it reads, we oppose any new U.S. Department of Transportation regulations on pickups hauling more than 10,001 pounds, requiring a farmer's name on the doors, requiring a U.S. DOT number to be assigned to you, a commercial's driver's license, health cards, or log books. And this is a renew with the edit that you see there. Can I get a motion and a second by raising your hands? So I have Lance Lillibridge with the motion and Jim Greif with the second. Who would like to speak to this? Raise your hand. Lance Lillibridge, would you like to speak to this motion, please? Is he on? Okay, Lance, unmute, then you are good to go.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Lance, we have you.
I would speak in favor of this motion. We've got way too many regulations right now on what we're doing out here on the farm. This would just be overly burdensome. I've been through these processes and getting the DOT number and licensing, the health cards, logbooks, everything else. We do not want to go down that road. So we need to be in favor of this motion.
Okay, thanks, Lance. And I'd like to offer another reminder that if you are coming through and want to speak to, you have to allow video. The allow video function in the lower left of your screen. So you can push that if you are a person that wants to come through and speak to us. Next up, I have Jim Greif with his hand up. Jim, you are there.
Hey, yeah, I would like to offer an amendment to this motion to raise that pound limit to 26,000 pounds. So it would exempt all non-CDL vehicles to not have to have all this on the side of the truck.
All right, an amendment has been offered for 26,000 pounds, replacing the 10,001 pounds. Can I get a second on the amendment? I have Drew Gieselman with a second there. Who would like to speak to that? Please raise your hand. Okay. We have no one raising their hands, so we're going to go right to a vote on that. So hold on one second. We do have somebody. It is Jerry Meyer has raised his hand. So Jerry, you are open to speak to that amendment.
Okay, I do have one question on how that reads now when it says over the 26,000 pounds. It's kind of confusing when I go through and read it. I'm opposed against having any of that stuff on there as long as we, as farmers, do not have to have it on our semis. Why would we have to have it on our pickups? But now that I read that, regulations on pickups hauling more than 26,000. So that means if pickups are less than, they're hauling 15,000 pounds, they would require it. I guess I'm a little confused on how the verbiage reads as the whole from top to bottom.
Yeah,
the way it looks now is we're only opposing if it's over 26,000.
Okay.
This is Jim
Jim.
again. I guess my thought is, I didn't read that clear through, but I would somehow like that to read that any vehicle under 26,000 pound GVW does not have to have that requirement. But that's not.
That would make more sense.
Yeah. Any vehicle under 26,000 pounds does not require a CDL at this point in Iowa, or anywhere for that matter. So I would like that class of vehicles in this motion.
Okay, so we have edited that to read under 26,000 pounds. I'll open it up. Does that make, Jerry Meyer, does that make more sense if you're still
Yes,
on?
it reads better now. Yes.
Anyone else want to make a comment on the amendment as it reads now? Vic Miller, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I did, Mark. This whole thing, we need to get pickups out. Jim's right. It needs to say any vehicle, because if we don't, then we're just covering pickups. So if Jim needs what the verbiage that Jim put in should state any vehicle under 26,000. Strike the pickup situation out of it.
Yes, I agree.
Open to that?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So now the amendment has been edited again to say any vehicle under 26,000 pounds. Anyone else to speak to the amendment as it reads now? So I have Derek Taylor with his hand up. Derek, you are open to speak on our end once you come through.
Yeah, so my question for the group is, like, we have a straight truck and that's got a farm special plate on it. That's over 26,000, but it's under where I've got to get my exemption through the DOT. And I don't need anything special for that one. So are we sure 26,000 pounds is the limit? Because not all farm vehicles over 26, there's a number in there. There's so many ton. And it escapes me the exact number, but when I go to the office, the only things I need to get that 2290 form are my semis. My straight trucks, which are over 26, but under like 54,000 or something, those are considered farm special, and I've never had to do anything special. So is 26,000 the number we want to use, or is it higher than that? I'm just asking the question.
Okay, I'll reply to that. The 26,000 pounds is a kind of the magic number for requiring a CDL for commercial vehicles. Farm vehicles do tend to have a different set of rules. And actually a new law was just passed this year that I think anybody with a driver's license in Iowa can actually drive a semi, but this is kind of geared more toward the commercial vehicles.
Great. Anyone else would like to speak to the amendment? Raise your hand. Seeing none, we will go ahead and vote on the amendment as it reads now. So we will put the poll up and go ahead and vote. So the amendment passes 95% in favor, 5% voted no. So that is how the motion will read now. And I will open it up to comments on the motion. Please raise your hand. Okay. So seeing we have no raised hands, we're going to go ahead and vote on the motion now, and we will put the poll up for you. The motion carries 98% to 2% voting no. So that will go in the book. Now we move down to a new resolution that reads, ICGA supports any secondary road upgrades, maintenance, or improvements to help with safety and farm to market access. This is recommended. Can I have a motion and a second by raising hands? So I have Lance Littlebridge with the motion, Drew Gieselman with the second, and Lance Littlebridge would like to speak to this? Or who would like to speak to this? Lance Littlebridge, you are cleared to speak. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Lance. Go ahead.
Got it here, Mark. So this was in a roundtable, and it's kind of based on, we've got, in Iowa, there's lots and lots and lots of secondary roads that are actually dirt roads. And with some municipalities, for example, here in Vinton, Iowa, we have new housing developments going in. There's building new schools, and we're kind of choking off some of our agricultural land and limiting them to these dirt roads to get in and out of fields. Where they've built schools and they're building housing developments, if we use those roads that go by there, we're hauling anhydrous tanks, just heavy equipment, large machinery. It just seems as though we're setting ourselves up for a potential accident. And so we just want to make sure that we are hopefully in favor of upgrading some of these secondary roads to make them more safer, if that makes any sense.
Okay, thank you for that, Lance. Anyone else would like to speak to this motion? Please raise your hand. Okay, Jerry Meyer, you are next to speak. Please unmute, Jerry.
I want to speak in favor of this motion. We've got a problem that this summer they put 13 bridges embargoed on us, and now we're trying to figure out how to drive around, and we're going to have to, there's a lot of these roads aren't made to be handling a lot of heavy equipment, but now we've got to go 5-10 miles out of our way onto any road we can because of bridge embargoes. And so I would definitely be in favor of anything we can do to help our rural roads anyway.
Okay, thank you, Jerry. Anyone else want to comment on this motion? Please raise your hand. Seeing no more comments, we will go ahead and vote on this motion, and we will put the poll up now. We will close the poll in 10 seconds, so please go ahead and vote. The motion carries 99% to 1% voting no, so that will go in the book. Thank you very much. Moving on in the book to a new motion, and it reads, we do not support management of the supply of corn in the U.S. that would result in an increase of corn production by global competition. Can I get a motion and a second by raising hands? I have Larry Buss with the motion and Jerry Meyer with the second. Who would like to speak to the motion? Please raise your hand. Larry Buss, you are cleared to speak. You'll have to unmute Larry.
Can you hear me now, Mark?
It's Larry, you're coming through.
All right. As you may know, there are, I got another device to shut off. There is some discussion in corn country to have the government to have a set aside program to control or to reduce the supply of corn. And what this here is saying is we are not supporting that. And a reason for that is that, say if this was 1975 and back, when the United States was mainly globally the producer and the exporter, it may have made some sense. But as we all know, those days have changed to where now we are not the only supplier, we are not the only exporter. And if we have a set-aside program, even though we may like it to reduce our supply, our global competitors, wherever they may be, are just going to ramp up and increase the acres and take that market share away from us. So that's why this has been put forth and recommended.
Okay, Larry, thank you for that. And thank you for your donation to the PAC with that. And the duck that's in the room with you will also have to donate $50. So anyone else would like to speak to the motion?
Because I have this thing on.
I have Derek Taylor with his hand up. So Derek, we will bring you in here.
So once again, I agree with the concept behind this. My only question, it's kind of vague, like any program. I pulled out on 2 farms this year. We pulled out 40 feet along the edge of the woods along the farm because we're trying to improve the conservation. Technically, that's reduced there. Is the verbiage correct? I understand we don't want to manage supply, but in the same sense, I don't want.
Derek, if you can hear me, we've lost you. You may want to cut your video.
Programs, because I also think those are very important, and some of those.
Okay, he's done. So Derek, we didn't make out your entire statement there, Derek. So perhaps you could cut your video if you'd like to do that and then come back in. I'll bring you back in the queue and you can make your comment. In the meantime, I have John Schott, and then after him, Mark Mueller will speak. And then Derek, if you'd like to restate that, I'll bring you back in again. So John Schott is up now. Okay, John, you are good to go if you're unmuting your screen. Okay, John, you are there. If you would like to speak, just unmute yourself. Okay, we're not getting anything. Okay, so John, we're having some technical difficulty bringing you in. So we're going to advance now. We're going to go to Mark Mueller, who's had his hand up next. So Mark, come on up and we'll bring you in, Mark Mueller.
Yes, this is Mark Mueller. And I would agree with Larry that anytime we make even a feeble attempt to restrict our own supply, it just adds fire to our competitors to increase their production. And once it's placed in production, it does not come back out. So I would support this amendment.
356 bushels.
Okay, great point. So if you're having difficulty and don't want to perhaps come on screen or having connection issues, you can type a message in the chat box of Zoom. So you can do that too, and we will recognize it here and read that question. So feel free to type something in if you'd like to ask a question or make a comment, and we'll get that out to the group also. So Next we have, what's that? John Schott. Would you like another attempt to come through and speak to the group? John Schott. Okay. John. Nope, we're still having trouble, John. So I'm going to move on to Jim Greif. Jim Greif, you are on.
Yeah, I would be in favor of this amendment or motion. I've been involved with, Iowa Corn has sponsored several competitor missions around the world, and Larry Buss made a really good comment in 1975. Yeah, that worked, but we've done a good job of teaching everybody in the world how to grow corn. And, you know, I've seen it with my own eyes in China and Ukraine and other parts of the world that they can grow corn. We need to concentrate on being a low-cost producer and more markets for our corn. So I would be in favor of this.
Any other comments? Raise your hand if you have a comment on this question. Okay. Seeing nothing else, I'll give you a few more seconds here to comment on this motion, since we've been having a little bit of difficulty getting people through. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and vote on this motion. So we will put the poll up and you can go ahead and vote. So 10 more seconds and we will close the voting. And that motion carries 97% voting in favor, 3% voting against. Moving on in the book, we have a new one toward the bottom of page 21 in your packet. And that motion reads, we support removal of the Section 232 tariffs on steel and aluminum because of the retaliation placed on pork and ethanol exports. Can I get a motion and a second by raising your hands? So I have Pam Johnson with the motion and Derek Taylor, Mark Mueller with the second. So who would like to speak to this? Please raise your hand. I have first Pam Johnson will speak to this motion. Pam, we'll bring you in. You need to unmute Pam and then we'll have you.
Thanks, Mark. Iowa corn and Iowa soybeans worked together to commission a study at Iowa State. And what we found out is that we really cannot move a lot of our products and increase the price of corn and soybeans in Iowa until those Section 232 tariffs are removed on China. And this especially affects any ethanol exports were completely shut out, and also pork. So I would move this.
Thank you, Pam. Next in the queue is Mark Mueller to speak to this motion. Mark, we'll bring you in.
Yes, this is Mark Mueller, and I back up what Pam says. I think the 232 tariffs were originally brought in for NAFTA negotiations, and they were meant to, I think, perhaps entice Canada to join in the USMCA negotiations. They've done their job. But they've been used continually for other, kind of a stick instead of a carrot. And really the only effect has been that it's made the price of steel in our farm machinery more expensive. The tariff went up by, I don't know, 40% one day, and all of a sudden the price of steel went up by 40% the exact same day. So it's really been hamstringing the American farmer, not just in the price of machinery that we have to pay more for, but in the tariffs that China didn't put on first, they put on second to fight the 232 tariffs. This administration doesn't seem to show any sign of bringing those, disengaging in those tariffs, even though the original reason for them has long since passed. So that study that we commissioned that Pam referred to is basically our only out other than supply management, which we do not favor to start with for the reasons discussed earlier. We need to get the tariffs, the 232 tariffs on steel and aluminum lifted, because they're really holding back pork and ethanol and some other products to a lesser degree. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And I have Kelly Neuenhaus next. Kelly, you are up.
Hey, thank you, Mark. I just wanted to make the comment on this. I support this motion. You know, I was in China less than 2 years ago, and we were told at a meeting there in China that they'd be in the market for 1 billion gallons of ethanol once we got this trade dispute figured out or straightened out. And those tariffs are the biggest hurdle to overcome to get ethanol exports into China. Thank you.
Thanks for that comment, Kelly. Anyone else speaking for or against the motion? Please raise your hand. Who's that? Oh, Ralph Lentz, you are up.
Okay, in listening to USMEF, they said that this tariff really handicaps them. They said that we could really increase our exports of pork to China and other countries over there if we could just get rid of this thing, but it's really hamstringing them since this tariffs went on. So I would recommend supporting this motion because it is really hurting our pork producers also.
Okay, thank you, Ralph. Anyone else raise your hand for comment?
This is Mark Mueller. I have one more comment I left out earlier. The phase 1 agreement with China does not address the 232 tariffs. That is one critical thing they should have had in this phase 1 agreement, but all parties decided we'll just deal with that another day. So if you're expecting that to be solved by this highly vaunted phase 1 agreement, do not hold your breath. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. So I have a question in the chat from Mark Bosica. We might need some clarification from Mark on this, but it says after the section 232, should China be added? And not sure where it goes from there. So
The section 232 also applies to Canada, for example, right now.
okay. So
it is broadly, but specifically it is a challenge for China.
okay. So would anybody like to comment to that? After the section 232, should China be added?
Mark, this is Pam again.
Yes, Pam.
I would add China after the word retaliation. And as Mindy says, we also have put the steel and aluminum, or I believe both steel and aluminum, but leach aluminum back on Canada too.
Thanks for that clarification, Pam. So this is an amendment to the motion. If it is an amendment, we have to have a second. Yeah, I'll need a second on that.
This is Mark Mueller. I'll second.
Okay, thanks. We're going to go ahead and treat this like an amendment, and any comments on that, on the amendment that adds China after retaliation? Okay, no comments or questions on that, so we'll go ahead and vote. We'll put that to the poll. On the amendment is what we're voting on now, that adds China. Ten seconds, and we will close the poll. The amendment carries 82% for, 18% against. So now we'll go back to the original motion, and I will open it up for any further comments on the original motion as it reads now. Okay, I am not seeing any more hands raised, so we're going to go ahead and vote on this motion, and we will put the poll up now. We'll have 10 seconds and then we'll close the poll. And the motion carries 89% in favor, 11% against. And that finishes out the exports and grain trade portion of the book. So we'll move on now to the industrial usage and production, U.S. production portion, starting on page 24 in your packet. And the first one's a new one. And it reads, the EPA should never grant retroactive gap year small refinery exemptions to refiners claiming hardship for past years. Can I get a motion and a second by raising hands? Okay, so I have Kelly Neuenhouse with the motion, Karen Seipold with the second. If you'd like to speak to this, please raise your hand. Pam Johnson has her hand up. Pam, we will bring you in. You can speak to the motion.
Thanks, Mark. I believe there are 98 of these on the table at the EPA right now, and there shouldn't be any of them. And they are really a backdoor into cutting into the renewable fuel standard and allowing us to be able to produce 15 billion gallons of ethanol a year. So I vote in favor of this motion.
Okay, so I have Kelly Neuenhouse with his hand up. Kelly, will bring you in. Unmute, Kelly.
There. Yeah, this is pretty much a common sense motion since the small refinery exemptions have done so much damage to the biofuels industry over the last 3 years that, like Pam said, none of those 98 SREs should be approved. So I move in support of it.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Any other comments? Raise your hand. Seeing none, we will go ahead and vote on this motion as it reads. So we will put the poll up in front of you. Okay. 10 seconds and we will close down the poll. And that's great. It's 100% in favor of this. So that's fantastic. And with that, we'll move on to the next one right underneath that, number 6, which reads, we support a renewable fuel standard for Iowa RFS, that incentivizes Iowa renewable fuel sales to reach 25% of the total fuel sales. The goal will be advanced by using higher ethanol and biodiesel blends with incentives weighted more toward higher blends. Benchmarks on success of the Iowa RFS, including the use of all ethanol and biodiesel blends, and compliance by marketers will be measured and evaluated each year. This is a renew with an edit. Can I get a motion and a second by raising your hands? I have Drew Gieselman with a motion and Jerry Meyer with a second. If you'd like to speak to this, please raise your hand now. I have Daryl Hawk who would like to speak to this. So Daryl, we will bring you in to speak. Okay, Daryl, you just unmute and you should be good to go.
Okay, there you go. Okay, I'm in favor of this. We changed the would require to incentivize, and I think that's a good improvement. We need to, and we've done that partly, but we need to have more incentives for higher blends. So I'm in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl. Any other comments, questions? Please raise your hand on this one. Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and vote on this one now, and we will put the poll up and you can go ahead and vote. Ten seconds and we will close this poll down. And that motion passes with 99% in favor to 1% voting against. So that carries, and that resolution will be added to the book. At this point in the meeting, we are actually going to take a little break. You've done so awesome. It's been great discussion so far. Thank you for your participation. We're going to take a break, and your chairman could use a break. So I'm going to throw it to Craig Floss, and he's going to take us through the next portion of the program. And we'll see you later.
All right. Thank you very much, everybody. Great discussion so far. Really appreciate your flexibility and working through all of the Zoom details. I think it's going very well. Don't leave quite yet because I'm going to announce some raffle results in just a second. Before we take our break, I want to remind you that during your break, we'd urge you to take time to check out the virtual pack silent auction items. The silent auction will close today at 6 p.m. So be sure to check out that as soon as possible. If you have any questions, please contact staff member Emily Upchurch at the number listed on the screen, and she can assist you. So we've also entered all participants today into a raffle, and we want to thank you for your time and attention. We are giving away 3 $50 ethanol gift cards, and I will announce those winners now. They're actually on your screen. John Schott, Adam Beerbaum, and Heath Greiner, you are all winners of the raffle today, so congratulations. Thanks again for all your patience this morning. We're going to take a 30-minute break, and that will put us back here at 10:25 a.m. this morning. So 30 minutes, 10:25. You may leave your screens on. You do not need to shut down, but we will again start promptly at 10:25. Thank you.
Hello, Iowa Corn members. Welcome back from the break. My name is Mindy Larson-Polberg and I work for you. We hope you had a nice break and we're getting ready to get back to work. But before we do that, I wanted to let you know we've had some breaking news in the last 30 minutes. Iowa Corn for the last few weeks has been working closely with the governor's office and our Iowa Department of Agriculture in order to bring some programs to the state of Iowa to provide some needed assistance during this very difficult time. As you may know, Iowa as a state receives funding from the federal government under the CARES Act for a state block allocation. And then the governor has the opportunity to reallocate that money within our state for things that will help Iowa's economy here or be able to assist with issues related to COVID-19 and beyond. So I'm happy to pass on our thanks and appreciation to the Iowa governor for this announcement that just came out today officially. Iowa Corn has issued a press release in the interim 30 minutes, and we are appreciating this. I'll give you an example. There will be an additional $60 million that will go to Iowa livestock farmers here in Iowa to be able to assist with our economy. There will be $15.5 million being allocated from the CARES money here in Iowa for biofuels producers. $7 million of additional money will go into the Iowa Fuels infrastructure program, which is intended to be those pumps that you have out in your community that will continue to support our higher blends like E15 and E85 and also biodiesel. Those are really exciting things for our economy. And I know that there's none of that money is going to help get anybody whole. We know that farmers are having a huge challenge out there, but we will continue to work as hard as we can to assist you in any way that we can, and we're happy to do that. Now, if you do not already follow us on Twitter, I would suggest that you would have already known this 30 minutes ago if you follow the Twitter feed, and Iowa Corn is at Iowa_corn. Is our Twitter handle officially for Iowa Corn. And then mine personally, if you'd like to follow me, I am at Corn Politics. So with that great news, I'm going to pass it over to my boss, Craig Floss, as we continue our meeting. Thank you.
Okay, Mindy, thank you so much for that great news. It's always good to have breaking news that is so positive for us in agriculture. We're now going to continue on with our local leader recognition. So now it's time to recognize some outstanding activities and members at the grassroots level. I would like to start by recognizing a local leader for their outstanding contribution to the organization. This individual has spent countless hours dedicated to Iowa Corn. He jumps on opportunities to serve and is always happy to represent Iowa Corn in any way he can in his community. He has not only served on the Iowa Corn Grower Association board, but he has also been involved with the Grassroots Network and Membership Committee, both as a member and also in leadership. He served on district committee and has also been vital in the continuation of the Davis County Corn Growers Association. This award is voted on by the GNMC committee, and this year they present the Local Leader Award to Roger Withrich. Roger has a passion for agriculture, but far more than that, he has a passion to keep the next generation involved on the farm. And Roger, we so appreciate all of that passion and your contributions to Iowa Corn. So it should be no surprise that as I pass the mic to Roger, he will now continue presenting the rest of Iowa Corn's Grassroots Activity Awards. Roger?
Thank you, Craig. I am truly honored and humbled. As I work through the years on these for Iowa Corn, starting the grassroots, the committee level, and the board, it's unbelievable what goes on here behind the scenes. I think every farmer, if he knew what Iowa Corn does, would be a member. It's just, there's a lot I'm still learning, and it's a continual learning process. So I really want to thank everybody for that honor. The first thing is the Iowa Corn District Committees make important contributions to the corn root strength of Iowa Corn by planning and carrying out district-wide activities. And each year we recognize the best of those events. Congratulations to Guthrie County on activity category. The Guthrie County Corn Board initiated the idea of farm-to-table event and reached out to the Guthrie County Cattlemen and Guthrie County Farm Bureau for additional support. On September 14th, 2019, the first Guthrie County farm-to-table event was held at the John and Bob Kastner Farm. This collaboration proved to be a very inaugural farm-to-table event, including guest speaker Dr. Ruth McDonald from Iowa State University, who focused on the myths, misconceptions, and misinformation of GMOs, HMCS, organic versus non-organic, and gluten. The target audience was local leaders, including local bankers, doctors, business owners, etc. in Guthrie County. The goal of the event was to be able to educate those local leaders on the importance of agriculture in their local communities and to answer any questions that they might have. The evening consisted of a great steak dinner grilled by the cattlemen with locally grown sweet corn, potatoes, salad, and homemade pies. We also enjoyed Iowa wines and beverages made from corn. The event was so successful, the group made plans to have another event the following year. The second annual event took place on August 8th, but due to COVID, the event was virtual. I would like to also congratulate District 9 for being awarded the Best District Committee Activity. District 9 is partnered with KIIC Radio, the Corn Belt Cow-Calf Committee, and the Bridgeview Center in Ottumwa the last 5.5 years to host an event at the end of January to bring together cattle producers, row crop farmers, and agriculture businesses to network and grow the knowledge of farming practices. For the past 3 years, the District 9 Committee has hosted a Corn is Everything, Corn Grows Iowa reception for attendees. The menu is made up of all things corn by the Bridgeview Center chef. During the reception, they highlight Iowa corn, the checkoff, what their checkoff does for Iowa farmers, as well as cattle producers. Membership and importance of being a member and having your voice represented is also highlighted. The reception gives attendees time to network with each other, listen to speakers, and enjoy agriculture. They also do live broadcasts on KIC radio station during the reception and the whole conference to reach the broader audience. Congratulations to both of them deserving winners. As many of you know, we have established a goal of reaching 10,000 members by the year 2020 and 15,000 members by the year 2030. And only you can help reach that goal by asking your friends, neighbors, and family to be a member of Iowa Corn Association. 10,000 Iowa Corn Grower Association members means we can establish a greater political influence, allowing us to develop a greater presence and a voice in Washington. Statewide, ICGA is better able to have a larger voice in influencing policy decisions with state and federal legislators. The stronger our membership supporting Iowa corn objectives, with the collaboration of leadership, organizational structure, and influential culture with a goal-set strategy, we as Iowa farmers will have more power for generations to come. When it comes to recruiting and growing our membership, it's all our jobs to do so. It can be as simple as wearing an Iowa corn cap to events or striking up a conversation with a neighbor about all the things Iowa corn does to increase corn farmers' profitability. It takes less than 10 minutes to recruit, and it's important to target non-corn farming individuals too. We need to get our farmers to want to join us by showing them the importance of using their voice at events such as this. Each year, committed members of ICGA assist in our membership efforts by encouraging friends and neighbors to join our organization. We greatly appreciate the effort put forth by those who help ICGA grow stronger with each passing year. I would like to recognize those individuals who have recruited the most members so far this year. And our top recruiter of this year goes to Larry Best from Harrison County, who has recruited 66 members this year, and he has been a great recruiter in the past also. Larry is an experienced Iowa Corn member who values taking the time to get to know Iowans while educating them on all things and an Iowa Corn membership can do for them. Larry is also a great board member. I also want to congratulate the graduating 2020 I-League Class 9. As many of you know, I-League is a 2-year program for talented people who want to become strong leaders for Iowa agriculture and a spokesman for the industry. Class 9 met 10 times over the course of 2 years, receiving experience and training in the agriculture industry, such as leadership, effective communication, policy, and global agriculture. The program includes an experience in Washington, D.C., a domestic mission, and an international mission. This year's mission was to Peru, Colombia, and Panama, plus hands-on training for lobbying, media training, and more. We congratulate this graduating group on their hard work to better Iowa agriculture and encourage them to stay involved in the Iowa Corn Association organization. The ICGA and ICPB are proud to offer the Iowa Corn Future of Agriculture scholarships in hopes to aid the development of future talent for the Iowa agriculture industry. This year, Iowa Corn awarded 16 $1,000 one-year memberships or scholarships to deserving qualifying students enrolled in the accredited 2 or 4-year junior college or university or graduate school in a program of study that can equip the student to contribute to the agriculture industry in Iowa in the future. Congratulations to those recipients on your screen. Now it's time to go back to wrap up the 2021 policy development session. I will now turn it over to Mark Recker.
And we're back. Thank you for coming back and joining us for the next part of the session. And we will pick up where we left off and everybody gets comfortable and seated. And we will start with in the usage and production section where we left off before the break with a new resolution on the bottom of page 26 in your packet. And starting there, this reads, ICGA supports the U.S. government advocating for equal treatment of MTBE and ethanol regarding tariffs and opposes the production of MTBE in the United States. So can I get a motion and a second by raising hands? So I have Karen Seipold with a motion and Jerry Meyer with a second. If you'd like to speak to this motion, please raise your hand now. So Judy Peters, you can come to the mic. We'll bring you through and you can speak to the motion, Judy. Good. Judy, you take your mic off and you should be, or take your mute off and you should be good to go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, Judy, we can hear you.
Okay. MTBE was banned as a gasoline octane booster in the US and Canada in 2005 when it was found leaching from underground gas station storage tanks and leaching into our water supply. And this initiated the Energy Policy Act of 2005, which established the renewable fuel standards and began the ethanol blending requirements. However, MTBE is still manufactured in plants in Texas and blended in gasoline from the Gulf states and exported to Asia, Latin America, and Europe. LyondellBasell has plants in Texas. It's a Dutch-based multinational company and is currently building the world's largest plant in the Houston area. As we look to expand the blending of ethanol globally, we are finding that many countries that there are tariffs or tariff-like treatments that give preference over MTBE over ethanol globally. And so we are advocating for the equal tariff treatment of MTBE and ethanol globally, and we oppose the production of MTBE in the United States. It is a known carcinogen and pollutant, and it was banned in 26 states here in the US, as well as banned from being blended into the gasoline here in the US and Canada. And I support this motion.
Okay, thanks, Judy. Anyone else would like to comment on this? Please raise your hand. Seeing none, we're going to go ahead and vote on this motion. So we will put the poll up for you. We'll close the poll in 10 seconds, so get your vote in. And the motion carries with 98% in favor and 2% voting no. Moving on to the next resolution, a new one, which reads, ICGA opposes EPA's rollback of regulations and promotion of fossil fuels as octane boosters over ethanol. This is recommended with edit. So can I get a motion and a second by raising your hands? Who's the first one? So I have Kelly Neuenhouse with a motion and Greg Alber with a second. If you'd like to speak to this, please raise your hands. Okay, so Judy Peters, you are the first to speak to this motion. You can come through and we will put you up. Okay, Judy, unmute, you're good to go.
Okay. EPA continues to not only roll back regulations and give waivers for companies, they are rolling back many other 90+ rules that are benefiting fossil fuels and creating an unequal playing field with using other octane fossil fuel octane boosters as opposed to ethanol. With the COVID pandemic and the benefits of ethanol from a health and an environmental standpoint, I support this motion for opposing any future or further rollbacks of benefit or rules that are negative or hurting the ethanol industry.
Yeah, I'd like to speak in support of this motion also. You know, with the National Corn Growers working on the low carbon octane standard, along with Iowa Corn in promoting biofuels, you know, it's pretty clear that ethanol is the cleanest, healthiest octane that we have on the market today, and it's also the least it could cost. So this is pretty again, self-explaining that we need to have the EPA quit approving regulations for the oil industry when they know they're putting in poor products for octane. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. Anyone else with their hand up? Seeing none, we will go ahead and vote on this motion. So we'll put the poll up right now. Ten seconds and we will close out the voting. And that motion carries 100% to 0. Okay, so for our next motion, this is a late entry we're going to put in front of you. It is not in your book, but it is brought to us here recently. And it reads, the next farm bill should include target price / loan deficiency programs to allow market clearing prices. Brought to us by Tim Burrock. Can I get a motion and a second by raising your hands? So I have a motion and a second by Tim Burrock and Steve Kuiper with the second. And so if you'd like to speak to this, please raise your hand. Tim Burrock, the floor will be yours once we bring you in. Okay, Tim, you should be good to go.
Thank you. This motion is the culmination of a visit I had in Brazil the first week of March with the Iowa Farm Bureau. And I've been down there a few times before, but it was shocking just to see the continued infrastructure build, including the roads, the development on the farms. And as a result, the United States has gone from 78% of the world corn export market now down to about 20%, 28%, and continuing to fall. So we've got to do something different than we're doing if we're going to be in the world export market. CONAB just came out this morning, which is the Brazilian government forecasts, and they say that we're going to grow, Brazil, another 14 million more tons of soybeans in the coming year, million metric tons, and 13 million metric tons more of corn. So we are going to continue to lose market share, and China automatically goes there and buys it, as do other countries, because it's cheaper. And why is it cheaper? It's because of the currency exchange that we cannot overcome, and we continue to lose that market share in the export market. So our Farm Bill programs have to do something different than they're currently doing, and this is a major adjustment, but you've seen the verbiage. And we've been there before with target prices and loan deficiency payments, and so I'm just using them in the motion as an example of something to follow to help us regain the world export market or quit at least losing market share. Now, there will be those of you that will say it will not be WTO friendly, and we can't do that. And I will agree with you that on the WTO friendly part, it will not be. And there has been no bigger proponent of WTO than I over the last 25 years. But having just been in Brazil, having seen what our markets are doing, having seen our market share decline, I've come to the conclusion that we have to do something different than we've been doing. Do I like it? No. Do I think this is a solution? Yes. Will it cost taxpayer money? Yes. Will we have to learn to make adjustments? Yes. But as the farmers down there say, our job is to feed the world. And they say it, I heard it many times from them. But have we ever heard that before? So we're going to have to do something different, and it's going to be uncomfortable. But I wish I had another alternative, and I don't. So I'll stop talking and propose this amendment.
Okay, thank you for that, Tim, and the explanation and background for that. Appreciate that. And I would expect this should create some good discussion. So if you have hands up, raise your hands if you'd like to comment on this motion or questions for Tim. All right, we're not getting any feedback yet. So having said that, now we have Doug Gronow. So Doug, you can come in and make a comment on the motion. Okay,
Yeah,
Doug, take us.
Okay. Yeah, this is Doug Gronow, and you're clearly right, Tim. We must do something else. I think the just a second. Now my video, there we go. I think the prices that we get are determined, well, they're a year later when we finally get a resolution on it. If we have low prices, farmers need help immediately, and it's just not available. And that's why I think your proposal has very good merits. We need products at market clearing levels, and I would support this motion.
All right, thanks, Doug. At this point, we have no one else in the queue to speak to it. And if there isn't, well, here I have Kelly Newenhouse. Thanks, Kelly, and we will bring you in. You can speak to this motion.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Tim, I kind of appreciate your thought process here, but over the last several years, I've seen the corn growers' position in being trade, not aid, and markets, not subsidies. And this program really isn't anything new. That's kind of what we had for years. And, you know, my question is, do we want to go back to those kind of payments? I know this year the COVID deal really bit us. The trade war isn't helping at all. But I just have this question going back to loan deficiencies and the system that we've had for years that we were trying to get away from. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Kelly. Yes, Tim.
Kelly, you're right. You are absolutely right in everything you say. But I'm going to repeat one thing and then add something else. The Brazilian farmer attitude today is we have got to feed the world. Right now, the land base in Mato Grosso is only 30% used. So the best example I can give to you, and I saw it, we all saw it, you can ask, and I've seen it before, but it's more apparent. There's 160 acres that you're farming today. Right across the road from you is the same identical 160 acres that's currently in pasture. The cattle are running on it. And they're just waiting for the world demand to allow them to put into row crops, which is corn, soybeans, and cotton, that next 160 acres. It's not like you're sitting there and you don't have any more land to grab. They've already got the land, they already own it. It's just never been, the commodity prices have never been high enough. But with the currency issues now, with the real going from 2 to 5.5 over the last 8 years, we are losing out in a big way. Now, if you can come up with another way to solve the currency issue without destroying the US economy, I would be in favor of that. I think that would be better, but I haven't a clue how to do that. And so this is my one attempt to try something different in terms of recapturing our export market share. That also makes domestic prices lower, which may help the ethanol situation, because I don't know in the end where that's going, and livestock. And we will be subsidized corn farmers. Not that we already aren't in several ways. And as Tim Recker always points out to me, back on the government tit, which I used to argue getting off of. I'm just completely reversed from what my philosophy from what I've seen. Otherwise, we're going to have to drastically lower our cost structure, our land, or machinery or inputs, we're probably going to have to start shutting down infrastructure. Now, the question is, whose grain bins and whose elevators and whose land are we not going to use? And I don't know how you pick and choose that. They used to buy it, they bid it away with pick programs and stuff like that in the 80s. But this is a different environment because of global competition. And hence the motion. You can debate it some more, vote it up or down. I just trying something different that we need to look at.
Next, I have Karen Seipold, who had her hand up, and then after her, Pam Johnson. So Karen, we'll bring you in first. Okay, unmute Karen, and you're good to go. Okay, Karen.
Okay, I understand the frustration right now that we're all having with the world markets, but this would be a very hard sell to our taxpayers that we would get these direct payments. It would be very difficult to convince them that we need more money. It would also make it difficult with the EU right now too, with our trade agreements with them, although they have their own ways of getting around direct payments, which are also frustrating. But I'm just not in favor of going backwards. But I think we need to work harder at increasing our industrial use and production here in the U.S. to make it more appealing. When it comes to the manipulation of currency, we don't have control over the other countries when it comes to that, unfortunately. But I'm just not in favor of going to direct payments like in this type of a system. That's my comments.
Pam Johnson, you are up next. Good. All right, Pam.
Yeah,
You're good
thanks,
to go?
Mark, and thanks, Tim. And I think, 2019 and 2020 is causing us all to try and be creative and fix these problems. And it seems like the black swans have just kept piling on, and the last is the derecho in Iowa. But I would have to speak against this motion. I think we're going to have to dig ourselves out of this. But I do want to get back to a market-oriented place for the American farmer to be able to sell our products in exports and also build back our livestock industry here, get away from the trade war, solve the pandemic, and quit gutting the RFS. And I think those things, as we have been working on through Iowa Corn and National Corn and our partners, are the ways that we're going to claw our way back to some kind of normal, whatever that is anymore. I was involved with a couple of farm bills, but I think we want to get to the point where we're back in the market and not getting government subsidies. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pam. We are open if anybody else wants to make another comment. Okay. Grant Woodley has raised his hand. So Grant, we will bring you in. And everybody consider if they want to make a comment. This is an important discussion to have, one of the more important discussions we can have as organizations. So please, consider giving some thoughts here because it impacts all of us. Great topic. So Grant Woodley, you can speak. Lost him. So Grant, we are having some issue on our end. Okay,
all right.
We
there?
finally got you. Okay. You're good, Grant. You go ahead.
All right. Thanks, everybody. I really appreciate this conversation. I think it's
a really important one that probably is a lot deeper and a lot more complicated than just this one policy note in the book. If you haven't noticed, I might be a little younger than the rest of the commenters recently. I'm officially middle-aged, but maybe of a different sub-generation anyhow. I don't know where these comments fit quite, but just from my perspective, and I also read David Cruz every day that does the Comstock report, and I haven't been to Brazil, but he comments pretty regularly. He's got family connections in Brazil, so I have a little insight that way on what Tim's saying about Brazil, and David's comments indicate that, you know, really tell that same story, that Brazil has a lot of land that they are not farming, and it's just a matter of time. And because of currency and because their landowners or however it is, haven't figured out how valuable their land is, and so their land costs are so much dramatically less than ours that there's not a way to go back to the way it used to be in terms of market. And even if we get the RFS the way we'd like it, that's not going to solve the problem that really in the next decades to come, our whole system is going to have a paradigm shift to survive. Otherwise, you know, as a middle-aged farmer on a small to moderate sized farm, you know, I really feel the pressure of get big or get out. And I'm doing my best to do what I can to sustain my operation, but it's pretty hard when we look at input prices and all the challenges ahead. So just maybe another way to paint the picture of subsidy. I think that's been the word that has been used over the decades, but I don't know if that's the best word. I think it's got to be valuable to the American public and the American taxpayer to have a viable national agriculture program for national security's sake. You know, we are in a global market, but the pendulum is swinging back away from globalism, but still within the paradigms of a global market. You know, it's not just America first. You know, it's every country for themselves is the way the pendulum's swinging. So even though I, like all of you have said, I would really love the market to work and to be a player in that market. There's no going back to the way it was, and we're going to have to build a new paradigm, and we've got to be on the front end of it. I don't know enough about all the particulars to have better suggestions, but hoping for better days the way it used to be isn't going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Those days are gone.
Okay, thanks, Grant, for those comments. And I have Vic Miller next up. Vic, you can go ahead once we bring you in and you can speak.
Yeah, Mark, this whole situation here, I think what Tim is proposing is a situation what in the Farm Bill, we have to start looking at something that's going to be beneficial to us to achieve market clearing prices. And the way that I take this is, you know, we know what target prices are. We know what LDPs were. We know this. He's not saying that we have to use these. He's saying that in the next Farm Bill, we have to look at something that is going to benefit us all as producers moving forward. And that's what this is really all about. You know, we seem to think that it's perfectly all right for us to jump in and demand that government help us on ethanol, but yet it's not all right that government help us on market clearing prices. This is, I don't understand how we can be on both sides of this very same issue. If we encourage ourselves, if we increase our production, which we're going to do despite what's happened here in Iowa, we're going to be on a freight train wreck of monumental proportions here. And when he points out Brazil, I've been there many times, as many of you have. Argentina is the same situation. South Africa is the same situation. There are thousands of farmers that are feeding the world, not just us. Tim is proposing something here. Let's start looking at ways that we can achieve profitability somehow. And that's what I take it. I'm in support of this because we've got to start doing something different, or guess what? There aren't going to be very many of us still on this call.
Okay, thanks, Vic. I don't have anybody else in the queue, but I'll give you a couple more seconds if you want to digest those comments and make comments of your own. We'll give you a few more seconds here before we go to a vote on this motion.
Mark, am I on yet?
You are on, Tim. Yes, go ahead if you have a comment.
Thanks for all of those that comment for and against. And this is just a sample of something like this motion will lead to down the road. But Vic made it a little more general, and that's the way my verbiage should have been. We got to look at something different. I don't like it. Doesn't change it. But on a side note, Mark, does it look like Kelly Newhouse's hair is getting grayer?
All of our hair is getting grayer, Tim. All right, anybody else? Oh, Kelly is up. Go ahead, Kelly.
Yeah, I just like to comment. Yeah, Tim, my wife says she thinks I've aged about 20 years this year, and everybody knows the situation with the biofuels industry and agriculture. But you know, I appreciate you bringing up these kind of questions or motions, and for the good discussion. I think that's necessary. You know, I've seen in the past with Brazil and Argentina, and their inflation rates were so extreme that the farmers over there really didn't want to improve because they had to barter for everything. They didn't have cash. I've been to South Africa. They'll never be an export market, in my view, because they lack water. You know, they can do anything and everything to try to improve their technologies, but they have very little irrigation and money to do that. I do like the discussion. I know we need to look at something new for the next farm bill. I was hoping the biofuels industry would be our growth demand for our production on the corn side, the biodiesel for the soybean side, the renewable diesel. There's a lot of positives in my view going forward. The COVID deals bit us, the trade war, you know, during this administration. I remember your report to the UP committee after your trip to Brazil and how eye-opening that was, and how this administration is making the South American ag great again. And it's visible, and China's gone in there and they're investing in their infrastructure, but we still want to work on being the low-cost provider for food, fuel, and products, agricultural products. And so however this vote comes about, for or against, it will open the discussion for the next farm bill. Thank you.
Okay, now Kelly was the last commenter so far. So if there's nobody else, it's a great discussion. It's a great topic that we need to have, and I'm sure we'll have more of this type of discussion going forward. And my 2 cents are that the first place we got to start is the government has to stop working against our ethanol industry and has to stop working against our free markets and trade agreements that we all so desperately need. And that is a sidebar from the chairman, but I felt I needed to contribute that, even though I may not, shouldn't, but you you know, we need to get things working for us from the administration and government level instead of against us. Then we can have further discussions about what it's going to take to get us back on the right ground again. So no other comments. So we will take the vote and put the poll up. And if you're in favor of the motion or against the motion, now is your opportunity to vote. Please, yeah, vote. You got to vote in this, so we'll give you a little more time here, 10 seconds to register your vote. Very close vote. So the motion carries with 53% in favor and 47% voting against. So that motion carried. Thank you all for the great contributions and conversation and comments to that motion. So with that, we will move on to the next one, which is number 54 on page 28 in the packet. And that is, we believe the capital gains tax rate should be 15% or less. Can I get a motion and a second? By raising your hand. So I have Ralph Lentz with a motion and Drew Gieselman with a second. And raise your hand, please, if you would like to speak to this. So if no one wants to speak to it, we will go right to the vote. And so put the poll up. We'll give you 10 more seconds here with the vote. And that motion carries 95% in favor and 5% against. So that will go in the book. That completes the usage and production section of the book. So we'll move on to research and business development, starting on page 30 in your packet. And the first one there is, we support continuing the state's long-term commitment to increase funding to Iowa State University Agricultural Research Experiment Station and our land-grant institutions for agronomic and plant research generally, and strongly recommend that state officials increase appropriations for the experiment station annually to restore Iowa's research competitiveness. That's a mouthful, and that's a renew with an edit. So can I get a motion and a second by raising your hand? I got Stan Nelson with a motion and Drew Gieselman with a second. And if you'd like to speak to this motion, please raise your hand now. Anyone? All right. Stan Nelson, you have raised your hand. So Stan, we will bring you in and you can make your comment. Stan, you have to unmute.
Yeah. Thanks. The intent was just to make it less wordy and less restrictive.
Dan? All right, we will go to a vote.
Mark, am I still on?
You are, Stan. Did you have further comment to make?
No. This
Okay.
is a pretty easy one.
Yep. We have the poll up right now, so everybody can go ahead and vote on this motion. Give you 10 seconds. Motion carries 98% in favor to 2% against. So we will move on to number 4. And that is we support enhanced funding and incentives from the U.S. and Iowa government to promote the research, development, and or use of bioproducts, bioenergy, and other new uses of maize. This is a renewal with an edit. So can I get a motion and a second by raising your hands? So I got Stan Nelson with the motion, Drew Giesman with the second. And Stan, would you like to speak to this one also? Stan Nelson?
Yes, the goal is just to broaden our support for multiple ways to incentivize use of bioproducts.
Thanks, Stan. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none, we'll proceed to vote and we will put the poll up. Give you 10 seconds yet, and we'll vote on this one, finish this one out. Yeah. And that is 100% yes in favor. So that is the last resolution that we have that is brought before us to consider, but I am going to open it up to the floor now, everybody out in Zoom country, that if there's anything else that we need to entertain or discuss or talk about, I'm going to open that up for a couple seconds here. You can raise your hand and we will recognize you before we finish this up. Nothing? Okay, if there is nothing else, I would entertain a motion to accept the whole book with the changes. I need a motion in a second by raising your hands. Okay, I got Ralph Lentz with a motion, Kelly Neuenhuis the second, and then we will put it to the poll. Okay, 10 seconds. We'll close this one out. Okay, 99% in favor, 1% not, and 1% can, I guess, stay on the line. And if they want to add something in, I'm sure Brian Jones, you have his number, you can talk to him later. So with that, I will now need a motion to adjourn the meeting. And can I get a motion and a second to adjourn the meeting now? So Gary Peterson and Karen Seipold with a motion and a second. Now I would like you to signify your support of adjourning the meeting just by raising your hand in Zoom. So we get one more chance to do that. All right. we are there, and I'm not even going to ask for the other side. So we are going to adjourn this section of the meeting. It's been a pleasure being your chair today, and thank you for your contributions and discussion. And until the next time around, when we have these conversations again, please be safe with the rest of your day and harvest. So thank you very much. Carl is going to come back and finish us out for the day.
Thank you, Mark, for running the show today. You did an excellent job. Considering the circumstances, I thought everything went very well. We want to thank you all, our members who took time out of their busy schedules to partake in the 2020 Grassroots Summit today. We realize because of circumstances, the summit looked a lot different this year. But we hope, to see you again next year in Altoona. Hopefully everything will be, I don't know, I hate the term new normal, but I'm afraid that's what it might look like. Remember to check out the pack auction. It closes at 6 tonight. I think that's right, Emily. So be sure to check out at www.eventshandbid.com and bid often and bid high. And we'll hope to see you again next year in Altoona. So back to you, Craig.
All right. Well, thanks again, everybody. I want to add my thanks to our farmer leaders that have been here in the room today and remotely. Thank all of you for your participation. I thought Mark Recker did an outstanding job. We've never done anything like this before, as you well know. And I hope that the experience you all had online with us today was a good one. And again, dealing with difficult circumstances, it's not what happens, it's how you respond to them. And I have a lot of confidence in Iowa corn and our resilience. And it was proven here today with the good discussion that we had. I also want to thank our sponsors one last time. It's these kind of companies that help us make this event possible. Their contributions are certainly valued and appreciated. Again, one more pitch for that silent auction closing tonight at 6 o'clock. As Carl just said, bid early and bid often. And then finally, I'll thank our Iowa Corn Gold and Silver PAC donors. These are levels of gold are $1,000 and our silver are for $500. This is very, very important to our overall political efforts. And so we want to say thank you for those extra contributions. Very much appreciated. And again, thanks for your participation today. I think it was a good success. And we so look forward to seeing all of you in person very soon. And with that, we'll sign off. Thanks and have a great day.